Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world. Einstein said that. I had the poster in my bedroom. A lot's happened in the world since I left that room behind. It can be hard to stay imaginative when it's so easy for us all to take it for granted. Maisie comes to me then. She's not taking it for granted. She's further ahead than some of the other students. Challenging, smart, recognizable. She understands that 2030 is a world of AI, machine learning, accessible, ethical, correctly sourced data that can fortify us if only we know where to look. She knows where to look. She knows that data is king and we must act upon fact. We're looking at carbon emissions. She's collected the samples, she'll feed in the data, and the machines will grind. I used formulas, but we're asking the same questions. I was there. Challenging, smart. I told the teacher that it was fine to just sit there looking at a few books and shaking our heads so everyone could see how sad we were, but we needed action. It wasn't that hard to pull some data points together, to forecast a few scenarios, to give her a story, give her a plan. I carried on, plan after plan, presentations, seminars. Like-minded people were pulled in and we banded together.
Creatures will survive and there'll be more species that end up knocking it down again. Umbrella is reading and they're waiting in the bus stop.
They founded this university 5 years ago, 2025, the first of its kind. A university solely dedicated to climate change. Some are doing it in lecture theatres still, some from the furthest reaches of the globe, and I'm doing it here, from home, at a time that suits me with my baby sleeping in his cot. The world I'm saving is here. It's the one I've created. We're all creating worlds, one day at a time, and the power to shape them, if we let it, flows through our fingertips. Okay. Let's get creative. Let's tap into something. Historic data, dynamic data, but always, always purposeful data. Let's remember why we do what we do. Let's remember why we are who we are. And I look at them then, remembering their selves, remembering their reasons, and I remember too. As their firebrand fingers burn at their stations, I think of how the data they now hold will colour the world.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Digifest TV. My name is James Earl Fraser. I'm head of research and innovation customer development here at Jisc. We have an engaging lineup of guests today for you on Digifest TV, sharing their insights on topics from everything from the impact of emerging technologies, emerging digital technologies such as artificial intelligence and virtual reality, all the way through to how we are developing skills through digital across the sector. For those who didn't join us yesterday, Digifest TV is your opportunity to find out more about some of the topics that are being discussed across this year's conference program, and to hear more directly from some of the speakers who are leading the conversation. Later on today, we'll be meeting with some of the new digital assessment team at the University of Birmingham. We're going to understand the disabled student commitment and its impact. And we're going to find out more about that next wave of disruptive technology, talking with the CEO of LearnWise AI about how it's transforming the future of education. But we're starting today where we left off yesterday with our closing keynote from day 1, Mr. Mike Webb, the Director of Technology and Analytics here at Jisc, focusing on artificial intelligence. Welcome, Michael.
Good morning.
Morning after.
Absolutely.
A very fascinating presentation yesterday that had lots of good chatter afterwards, shaping that picture of what artificial intelligence in 2030 would be, including especially what our lives with this emerging technology is. So we're fascinated to revisit some of those topics and hear more about them from you. You started off your keynote yesterday talking about some of the ed techs that over the years haven't fulfilled their promises, things like the teaching machine, interactive whiteboards, and Second Life. Why do you think AI is going to be different?
So I think if we look historically, the technology that's had the biggest impact on education has been technology that's aimed at society as a whole, not specifically ed tech. So yesterday I picked up on the web as an example, but equally we could say the same for things like desktop computers, perhaps mundane but word processors and things like that. These are the things that are part of our everyday life, and they've actually had the biggest impact on education, really, out of all the technologies we've seen. And AI is very much like that. It's something that is part of the tools we use, the things we see every day. So the impact, well, there's lots of exciting AI-specific edtech around the hall today, and that's going to be useful and helpful. It's the general AI that's going to have the big impact.
I was particularly, I particularly enjoyed the thread through your keynote about how we as educators, we as learners, we have a lot of control. And it can be a scary environment in terms of feeling like it's moving so fast, changing our reality, but there's a lot of control that we have in engaging with these. I wonder from your point of view, what's the most exciting artificial intelligence developments, and conversely, what are the really concerning ones?
So for me, the really exciting ones are the ones that give new creative opportunities to people. So just as an example, my colleague Tim was showing us Hugging Face's chat assistants. So anyone can go in there and have a go at creating their own chat assistant. And there are all sorts of other ones you can see and share. So we'll see lots of kind of fascinating creative stuff happening. So for me, it's a thing that enable people that are super exciting. The flip side, and it's the one that I showed in my presentation yesterday about the ability to fake people and the things they say. It's come on phenomenally quickly. It cost, I used tools that cost under $20 to create the video I showed yesterday. And it took me, a few minutes. I don't think we're equipped as a society to deal with that at the moment. We've got the elections coming up, which are going to be particularly challenging. I think that as well as not spotting when something is created by AI, I think we're going to start distrusting things that are actually real as well. So interesting year ahead, I think.
You had an interesting graph on one of your slides that kind of showed, I think it was the Department for Education or someone who looked at the careers that might be affected by AI. And actually one of those that felt quite secure was more in that creative industry space. It's certainly when we're engaging with our customers, as well as probably when we're just all out there having conversations about artificial intelligence, we worry about the way in which AI might be stifling creativity or making more of a bog standard answer for a lot of things. How can we, probably particularly as educators, learning technologists here at Digifest, think about how we're ensuring that AI enhances human creativity, as you say?
So I want to give the flip side of where I ended up the conversation yesterday. So I talked about being wary of creating all sorts of AI stuff for the sake of it. But on the flip side, I think at the moment we need to be super careful not to be overly critical at people's early steps. So if, again, learning from history, if we look at early use of design tools, the web, we used every font we could. We learned, And at the moment, we're seeing lots of people experimenting with AI. The things that they're doing, long term aren't the direction of travel. But I think if we're overcritical at this point, we're going to scare people off and actually stifle a lot of creativity. So that's my counter plea, to have patience and support people in their early endeavors.
Yeah. It was a great tie-in, some of the messaging you had around giving ourselves permission to engage with these
absolutely.
tools, to not be afraid of them, to recognize that we have an element of control. It was a great tie-in with a lot of the narrative across day one of Digifest about us being purposeful in the way that we use technology across our lives. So what should institutions be doing right now to make the most of AI over the coming years?
So the important thing we think at the moment is for institutions to set their principles for their use of AI. So these aren't the individual rules for people to follow. They're a broad set of guiding principles, ideally done collectively. So Russell Group moved early on this and created a set of principles. We've been working with AOC to do a similar thing for colleges, and we've launched that yesterday and made it available. Perhaps the things that we've got in the principles might seem super obvious, but I'd urge you to read the actual longer version when we explain how we're tying it up to things like government aims, Department for Education, etc., etc. But this is a rare bit of me reading because it's early in the morning and I'll forget one if I don't. So we're starting by saying make sure that safety is placed at the forefront. So colleges in particular obviously have got learners under 18, lots of concerns about using them safety, so make sure we think about that. But don't stop that from you setting things up so that you're providing learners with the skills they need. And we've got three areas. First of all, in their studies, next in the workplace, but also in the wider world. We think that colleges then need to explicitly support staff, both to save time, but also to enhance learning and teaching. I mentioned equity of access there, and we think that collectively we need to ensure that all learners have access to the tools they need, and those words are used quite carefully. So it's matching the tools to the people, because, I said yesterday, we can't just throw money at the problem. Academic integrity, balance it. We do need to maintain academic integrity, but we also need assessment that gives students the skills they need. So yesterday someone talked about, in the questions and answers, about do we need to get students back to exam halls? That's not really giving real life skills, is it? And the last one is, let's work collectively. The challenges here are wide, and we all need to work together to navigate them. So have a look on the Jisc website. There's a blog that I introduce it, and do read through the details of it.
Excellent. Great, thank you so much for that contextualization of the longer presentation you gave yesterday, and thanks for, again, that plug for the report that's come out from Jisc. If you did miss Michael's presentation yesterday and you booked on in person for Digifest or onto our online platform, his keynote will be available on demand, I believe starting tomorrow, and will be available for the next month, so do go catch it up if you haven't seen it. Thank you again for starting off today, Michael, for us. We're doing an easy warm-up to a long day of programming. We're going to stop Digifest TV here. We're coming back at 11 o'clock when the real program starts, where I'll be talking with Kate Rouse, who is the director of the Hartree Center at UK Research and Innovation, and then talking more with those in digital learning programs across our members throughout the day. Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Are you fed up waiting months for publication? Worried about paywalls? Frustrated by having to turn your good research into a good story and not being able to judge the true quality of work? Well, there's a solution. Meet Octopus, the new primary research record. With Octopus, you can publish your entire research process by breaking it down into smaller publications, with equal emphasis on each. You can share your research without barriers and have it assessed without bias. It doesn't matter who you are or where you are. By sharing your ideas and methods as well as your findings, you'll receive credit for all your work and establish your priorities straight away. Smaller publications ensure recognition for specialists. And open peer reviews provide valuable feedback from fellow researchers. With Octopus, you'll join a global research community, working collaboratively to share new ideas, linking research across multiple disciplines. It's all about good research, openness, and collaboration. Help reshape research culture. Octopus is designed to change the incentive structure, prioritizing reproducibility, collaboration, and meritocracy. With no editorial gatekeepers and fewer sources of bias, you can finally concentrate on the important things: knowledge and problem solving, not box ticking and storytelling. Reading and writing research on Octopus is simple and completely free, fast, and fair. Simply go to octopus.ac.
At Jisc, we believe that digital transformation and world-class infrastructure can enhance the way you work, enabling your organization to deliver research and innovation that transforms tomorrow. Whether it's accessing high-performance computing to enable scientific breakthroughs wherever you are, or safeguarding valuable research data and intellectual property through a trusted digital research infrastructure, together we can drive change and transform your research and innovation, and the lives of those it serves. And as we're not for profit, we reinvest every penny back into supporting public good. Are you ready to elevate your organization?
Welcome back to Digifest TV. I'm delighted to have with us Kate Royce, Hartree Center Director at UK Research and Innovation. Kate is going to be performing our closing keynote later this afternoon on the future of compute, a perspective of her first 2 years as the director at Hartree. Delighted to be speaking to you, Kate.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here.
So, as a first off, can you tell us what Hartree is, what it does?
So Hartree Centre is part of the National Laboratories, which is part of the Science, Technology and Facilities Council. And we have been set up to translate emerging digital technology into UK business, be that public or private sector. And so we do that by co-designing solutions for organisations looking at their own challenges that they have today.
Excellent, sounds very exciting. Obviously, over the last year, since about a year ago exactly, there was a landscape review of the future of compute and a lot of activity in the last year in investment. What's Hartree's role in how that future of compute is going for the UK?
So we're part of the entire ecosystem. We have really heavily supported lots of those initiatives. We work very closely with the UKRI Digital Research Infrastructure team and the director there, Richard Gunn, who is looking at all these things. So we've been feeding into the exascale compute program quite heavily with our chief scientist working with a team to look at what the scientific applications for exascale would be. So that's the sort of things that we're doing.
And as well, you work quite a lot with small companies on the utilization of large-scale compute, as well as other emerging technologies. Could you explain a little bit about that outward they're facing to the SME community and industry?
Well, the UK are particularly interested in upping the digital readiness of the UK and the digital economy. We are one of the biggest data economies in Europe, so the need for us to invest in supporting SMEs to develop AI technologies in a responsible way is what Hartree is around to do. So the sort of things we do is look at the barriers that those organisations have and step them through that with various types of funding support from government that we look after, providing them with skills and expertise that they might not have, providing them with training to upskill their workforce. So we provide an entire package of work that we hope helps them take forward generative AI in a responsible way.
And is that quite discipline agnostic? So SMEs from any sorts of field can be approaching Hartree?
Absolutely. So anybody that wants to come in to work in AI or even quantum, which is the next thing, and later on this afternoon I'll talk a little bit about the convergence of AI and quantum, can come and talk to us. So we can give them HPC facilities, so high-powered compute facilities, access to quantum compute facilities, as well as domain expertise within Hartree and technology specialists within Hartree that can give them a full package support.
It's the real edge of emerging technologies
Absolutely.
that are coming in to support both research and industry. And you're working quite a lot with IBM in the development of the center and particularly quantum technologies, and that's focused on serving real world problems as well as the need of other industry. Can you tell us a little bit more about that partnership?
Yeah, so we have a very unique public-private partnership. Our core funding from government comes in the form of a grant known as the Hartree National Centre for Digital Innovation. And that enables us to work with IBM in partnership to access the best of the private sector research that they are doing to provide those solutions to industry. So people come with an industrial challenge that they have, and it could be creative. So we're looking at working with creative industry around digital visualization. So we talk about deep fakes, but changing that around to be positive in terms of the artistic world and what they want to do with it. Right down to working with UKAEA around fusion and the providing digital twins of the potential for fusion power plants in the future.
Yeah. Well, a lot of our audience heard yesterday a lot about the concepts of where artificial intelligence is taking us in 2030 and both the opportunities and concerns. And it sounds like Hartree has a very big role across emerging technologies at all different levels of the economy to support this.
Yeah, and part of the next phase, so we're launching our next 5-year strategy next week actually. And one of the big changes that we're doing is looking at when UK organisations are faced with regulations, frameworks for how to responsibly put AI into their business, how do they do that? And that's something that Hartree will be looking at supporting the UK organisations with going forward.
That's exciting. I look forward to seeing that strategy come out next week. So thank you so much for joining us here. Looking forward to the keynote this afternoon. For all those recording out there, you'll be able to see Kate's keynote at 3:15 this afternoon. We're going to take a short break now, but we're going to come back with another set of community members to talk about their work. See you in a moment.
They said it used to be quiet around here. It still is. On the outside. Inside, we're connected. In the wake of the 2020 pandemic, small towns like this reimagined the system. I study while she's in there with her band rehearsing. I'm just grateful she's the only one of them physically here. Oh no! Oh Sam, you could have gone at any time! I've been in that lecture for 2 hours!
Morning!
Dad says I shouldn't be annoyed. When he was at uni, they had one toilet between 12 in the halls, so that's the only reason he never got a first. It's the library today. Don't need the archive so much, but the coffee, meet a few friends, make a few plans. You can't have your whole student experience in your own house. They make sure we get to the regional hub for a few lectures a week. We move the dates when it rains. Haven't found a way of stopping the rain.
Printer's going again.
95% done, Dad. A replica human heart, but it's not to scale.
You're my heart, Luca.
The incidental time, the travelling to, the waiting for, it's spent here now, with them.
Everyone okay? Sorry, I couldn't get away. 5 minutes to plug in.
Out at work all night and the first thing she does is make sure we're okay. That's something that won't change. I'll be back by 2, lecture start again then. Hers are about to start now till 12, then she'll finally head to bed. 24-hour learning to suit time zones, commitments, people. She thinks she needs to better herself and she's happy that these days we can make it work. I don't think she can get much better.
Library again today? Have you eaten?
Get to class, Mum.
Is that a rehearsal, Sam, or is that just you? On.
Good. I can see most of you are starting to join us. We'll just give it a moment. There's just a few dozen to go.
Welcome back. I'm delighted to have with me on the stage here Joel Samuels, learning technologist at Greater Brighton Metropolitan College, and Emily Cozy. learning technologist at Solihull College and University Centre. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
So lovely to have you both with us. You did a session earlier this morning, or are you doing it this afternoon?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, so sorry for following your session. It's probably been a busy couple days for all of us. So we're going to talk about virtual reality and about how you have been using it to develop communication skills at your respective institutions. So I guess to kick us off, what virtual reality equipment, should we just say VR? Does everyone just say VR?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just say VR. So what VR equipment is actually available at Brighton Met and at Solihull College and University Centre, and how did you choose to use that particular equipment? Whoever wants to jump in.
So at Brighton Met, we have a range of devices from Oculus, Meta, HTC, and Hewlett-Packard. We've been testing a range of those in different courses, computing, T-levels, and also more broadly in a range of curriculums. And the reason we had those is a few years ago, Brighton Met merged with Chichester College Group, who set up the Centre of Digital Excellence, and that was able to achieve a CapEx grant for technology investment. And therefore, at the time, the MetaQuest 2 was the leading consumer model, and that was the one that has been predominant in most of the courses that we've been using.
So it really was that CapEx grant that helped to get over the hurdle of being able to bring it online. What about at Solihull?
So at Solihull College and University Centre and Stratford-upon-Avon College, we've chosen to invest in the Oculus Quest headsets. That's because we have 3 campuses, so it was really important for us to have something that was transportable across sites, but that could also be used in lots of different classrooms so that the headsets can go out to the students rather than the students having to come to one central location. Mm-hmm. We've been collecting them through a number of years now, so we've got some Oculus Quest 1s, 2s, and 3s, and we're up to about 20 headsets.
Wow, exciting. So, Joel, you have been using a VR app named AVR Flight Attendant and Ground Operations.
That's right.
So this allows students to experience immersive simulations. Could you elaborate a bit more? How does it work? What are the benefits of having that kind of offer?
Yeah, absolutely. So AVR Flight Attendant's been developed by a company in the Netherlands, and it offers a number of emergency scenarios such as firefighting, decompressions, emergency evacuations, and also equipment check-in. And what that allows the students to do is be immersed in the aircraft environment, to be able to know where to locate equipment, how to operate it, and the sort of procedures that come with those operations as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is definitely, did that take the place of other places where those students might have gone, or is it an entirely new opportunity to experience those kinds of environments?
So we took the opportunity to use this application because immediately after the pandemic, a lot of the airlines that we would normally take the students to weren't offering training centres for external organisations. Mm-hmm. So we were looking at a solution where the students could conduct their practicals on site more effectively. Mm-hmm. The reason also was because a lot of the equipment that we had requires maintenance as well. So the actual hard training devices were coming a little bit tired and old and worn out. So this allows us to be able to do those procedures in the comfort of their own classrooms.
Yeah, exciting. And Emily, you're using a VR app named Tilt Brush to allow students to design in 3D. So how does that work? What are the benefits?
Absolutely. So this is something we've been using with our fashion and graphics students. What it does is it gives you a palette in one hand, which you can choose different options for brushes, different colors, and then the other hand will allow you to paint in the air in front of you, all the way around you. There's also a dress form environment, which we use with the fashion students so they can design their own clothes. They've been using it for maximal and minimal designs, though most of them have chosen maximal. It's hard to resist drawing with fire when you have the opportunity. After the session, they then reflect on what it was like to use a new medium, and they get screenshots and videos of their designs so they can use them in their portfolios and e-portfolios.
And I imagine that flexibility between mediums, as well as having access to a vast range of mediums that resources probably wouldn't have allowed before, is a real major benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. And towards the end of the year, some of the students request that we go in with VR again so they can try their final designs in VR so they can see what it looks like before they actually create the final product.
Yeah, very exciting. And how have you both been using VR to help students develop empathy skills?
That's a really interesting question. So, and I believe Emily's a similar answer. We've both been involved in the Body Swaps pilot. So that is a soft skills trainer where students work with an avatar and they are able to interact with that. It has voice recognition. It puts them in scenarios, perhaps in the workplace, that allows them to develop communication skills and understand different complex scenarios that you might find in the workplace.
Yeah. So, anything to elaborate, or is that really?
Yeah, additionally to this, we've also tried using some 360 videos with our health and social care students, so they can see what life is like through the eyes of somebody who has dementia or autism, so they can see what it's like to have those differences for the people they'll be supporting in the future, so that they can help.
Yeah, yeah. But there must be some challenges that are new in using quite a both expensive but also just management of a new piece of equipment. You've already mentioned, Emily, the fact that you're working across multiple campuses with one set. What are some of those challenges that institutions might face if they're thinking about introducing VR more into their curriculum?
Yeah, so one of our challenges is space. So because we don't have a designated space where all the VR happens, it means that we're using regular classrooms, and that can mean moving tables to the side. In terms of some VR that we've been using, some seated ones are easier to happen in the space, but a lot of the VR we are using successfully is paired work, so developing communication skills using with one student in the headset and one student helping and communicating with them to get that information. That really helps with space management.
Any added challenges?
Yeah, slightly similar, and also some of the connectivity as well. So particularly with Oculus, which is on the Meta network, we do have firewall securities that we've had to overcome. So that's required us to identify in certain rooms where we've set up a bespoke network that allows those devices to communicate outside the firewall. We whitelist those, and that seems to be a good solution for that.
Well, really interesting. I'm sure food for thought for everyone who's considering the use. So thank you for your session yesterday. Thank you for taking extra time with us today. That's it for Digifest TV for right now. We're going to come back at 1:30 where I'll be chatting with Greg Marshall from LearnWise AI about how the AI tools are transforming the future of education. We'll also be meeting later in the day with Alison Green and Gemma Westwood from the University of Birmingham and Piers Wilkinson from Diversity and Ability. That's it for us for now. Thanks.
Honeywell Forge is an advanced analytics program. It's literally a platform in the cloud, and it pulls data points from the BMS, the building management system, and also the Internet of Things. All this information is aggregated and then displayed as really easy to understand data visualizations. So you'll be able to manage the performance of your building using real-time data analytics. The main driver was to help institutions with their sustainability goals. As we've gone on the proof of concept journey with 5 different members, the use case and the requirement for the Honeywell Forge platform has actually grown due to the facts of needing to reduce energy consumption and the associated costs. So unlike a reseller relationship, we're actually creating partnerships with these large tech organizations. So we liaise with members and then we sort of tweak it. Honeywell Forge, out of the box, shows you the art of the possible. What we're doing now is we're redesigning the platform so that it addresses those 4 key areas that are critical to colleges and universities: energy and resource efficiencies, space optimization and utilization, sustainability goals, and student and staff environmental comforts. We're very lucky to have so many kind Jisc experts and I'm very grateful for that.
So we have a number of different sensors in the Bristol office that allows us to collect a wide variety of data. So looking at how people use the space, so looking at environmental factors, space utilisation, number of people in the space. One of the benefits of using Internet of Things data is it allows us to gain really person-centred data. So being able to install sensors where people are sitting in the spaces they're really using. So creating our tailored dashboards is going to allow us to collect data which focuses more on the sector's needs, looking at things like temperature, light levels in a room, humidity, creating rules that only consider that information and create service cases when a room is occupied, so when people are actively using the room, because really we don't mind those values being out of range when the space is not being utilised. So it kind of allows us to not heat or cool a room when it's not being used, and therefore save energy and money.
Adding a Forge platform on top of a BMS simplifies the view of what can be complex and industry-specific information about your plant machinery and your environmental controls. Working with Jisc, we've customised the Forge analytical engine to work in the way that we expect. Essentially, it's a single pane view of your building in one place. The infrastructure we're managing, this is quite a small office in Bristol. It's 4 stories. It's quite an old building. It's an open university building. So we've got 2 big commercial gas boilers. We've got an electrical aircon unit. We have an air handler unit on the roof. There's some old, there's some new infrastructure. These are all linked into the BMS like you expect. With the visualization, we can look at a 4-story building with 30, 40 rooms in a single pane of view over a 24-hour period. With colour coding, you can immediately zone in on problem areas. And with the historic values, you can look at repeating problem areas very easily, very quickly.
We can look to set up a discovery call with my colleagues. Email me, victoria.atherstone@jisc.ac.uk, and we can ask them the questions that we need to do to get going.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining our session, which is looking at Ready Student 1, understanding the experience of students as avatars. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Gary Burnett, Professor of Digital Creativity from Loughborough University. Gary.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, sort of apologies on the sort of few tech gremlins. Yeah, so I want to talk about my experiences teaching students in immersive, fantastical virtual worlds when they are all represented as avatars. And it's the avatar issue that's of particular interest here in terms of what does that actually mean for the student experience. What type of avatars do they use, you know, etc. So the image that you can see up there is my students in graphic design, and they've been taken, you know, they're all avatars, and they've been taken to a graffiti street in over in Los Angeles to understand, you know, better what the sort of the nature of that form of art. So it's yeah, but we're going to get very particularly into the issues of avatars. Okay. All right. Need to click. Not going forward. Okay. I'm not sure if that was me or you. Okay. So so a little bit of background. There's yeah, it's come up, you know, lots of times here about the potential of extended reality, virtual reality, augmented reality, etc. There are a number of different drivers here that are influencing things, whether or not it's issues to do with the students, issues to do with the technology, issues to do with the physical spaces and the demands there. And an important one is the need for new skills, new forms of digital literacy associated with these sorts of technologies. So this is, you know, an important sort of contextual stuff. Now, from a education point of view, in terms of what the key advantages are, clearly there's a whole argument around access. Students be able to access high quality learning materials regardless of the physical infrastructure that they find themselves in globally. So this is a sort of a big sort of broad issue. There's a whole flexibility, being able to have personalized learning, to have, you know, the sort of the right sorts of spaces for you and the right sorts of information coming to you as an individual. But from a learning theory perspective, we often get into these issues of experientialism. So we're providing, you know, very rich experiences. This sort of learning while doing is part of this, but sort of the agency aspect of it is important. There's the whole social thing, and that's particularly important for me in the context of social VR and what that might mean for students. And there's the whole thing of contextualization, being able to learn in the contexts that are relevant to what your learning outcomes are. Now, I'm not going to go out and talk about this sort of theoretical model in detail, but I think it's really useful because it starts to break down what's different about this technology that's going to make a difference ultimately towards knowledge. And it comes down to the two boxes in blue. So the concept of presence is the illusion that I am somewhere different, interacting with people who aren't physically near me, and, you know, doing sort of things yeah, sort of interacting with objects, you know, that aren't actually there. So this sort of environmental, personal, social presence is really important ultimately in terms of knowledge acquisition. But the other one also, which is particularly relevant related to being an avatar, is the issues of agency. So being able to have superpowers, being able to be different things in the world that may relate to aspects of identity or may relate to aspects of the specific learning outcomes that are going on. So these two factors are important when we think about what's going on here. So in terms of what I've been doing with VR, particularly with social VR, students as avatars in fantastical virtual worlds, for the last 3 years or so, I worked at the University of Nottingham, and I taught hundreds of students about VR in VR. Okay, and that was prompted by the pandemic, but became a sort of a thing that continued afterwards. It was the so-called Notopia experiment, where my students were in a virtual world called Notopia, all as avatars, and I only really ever knew my students as avatars. And this became very popular. Before COVID, the number of students on my module, this module about simulation and virtual reality, was about 30. It then went from 30 to 49 to 95 to 135. And this is a fully optional final year module for students. Okay, so it became very, very popular and collected data, writing papers about, etc. More recently, since my move to Loughborough University within the School of Design and Creative Arts, there's been certain sort of social VR studies, but we have an in-person element to it as well. Students come to a lab, and then they go off to a virtual world and have various experience. One of those has been tied in with empathy, and another one's about team building. I'll talk about those as well. Okay, in terms of the Notopia experiment, this was essentially a sort of fantastical virtual teaching world. It was different things for different years, as I played around with different sort of worlds. It was used for all, sort of majority of teaching. Most students were accessing on the browser-based social VR with sort of the Mozilla Hubs platform. So they were, majority of students were on their desktop, laptop, tablet-type devices. But increasingly, students were using headsets. As the argument was developing about the power of immersion, then in the 2022, there were 24 students who had headsets for the whole semester. And I'll be running this sort of module next year at Loughborough University, where all students will have access to headsets. And there's been considerable data captured across the 3 years of running that module. I treated it as an academic, treated it as a research project, surveyed the students, videoed the sessions, did all sorts of analysis, write papers, etc. What was really important about this from the avatar perspective is that students had the freedom to design or to choose any avatar. I wasn't forcing them into true self avatar, got to look like yourself, or or you've got to have a Nottingham approved avatar. There was freedom of choice here of what's going on. That becomes very interesting. This just shows 2022 in terms of a class photo. So that's the students in the real world, and then just walk through and get a sense of the sort of avatars that students were designing here, particularly at the beginning of the semester. Certain amount of sort of elements of themselves, elements of their values, elements of their personality within there. Okay, what happened within this virtual world? Well, there's a mixture of different things. The thing I want to focus on more than the lectures is actually the seminars, because it becomes quickly apparent as a teacher here just all sorts of new things that I can do in my teaching with students. Things that would just be expensive to do in the real world, or would be impossible to do in the real world, or might be dangerous to do in the real world. The sort of technology afforded all sorts of new ways in which I might interact with my students. And and you'll sort of get a sense of that as I go through different things. The other thing that was particularly interesting was the virtual office hours. And I sort of played around with this a few times. So I had the bottom of the picture there is like the tutor tent. So I had at one point I had a tutor tent, and sound would not leave the tutor tent. So if a student came in to have a conversation with me in the tutor tent, no one else could hear what was going on. You could see people were in there, but you couldn't hear the conversation. Okay, and this became a really sort of interesting thing for students to have private conversations, to show their coursework, etc. In the 2022 year, it became the cylinder of secrets in the bottom right, and this became something where the students also, sort of Harry Potter type thing, I suppose, had students could go in there themselves, and you would find there'd be students in there, sort of, decided that they wanted to get away from where sound might bleed to others, and have whatever conversation they wanted to have. And one of the most interesting things from this, I decided deliberately, the 2021 or 2022 year, I organised my open office hours to be really inconvenient. So it's Friday, 4 till 6, because if I did that in the real world, no one would come. Friday, 4 to 6, guaranteed 20, 30 people turning up wanting to talk to me. And this became really interesting as access to sort of academic time. Okay, this just give an example that I said the seminars were particularly interesting. So this is a seminar where it was a workshop for designing a future robo-taxi vehicle, okay? I couldn't bring a robo-taxi into a real class and get students to start thinking about how to design it. And we were doing the whole thing about, okay, there's no taxi driver, no driver. How are you going to get the door open? How are you going to how are you going to deal with your luggage? You know, what sort of things might, you get into if things go wrong in this situation? So, you bring in a model, bring in a Google car, sort of Waymo car sort of thing. And then you can see my students here as avatars, and I'll show the video, and then I'll talk a little bit about them as avatars. Okay, I can't hear that? Oh, yeah. Into the sound there. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me now. So there's a whole thing there about the students were basically thinking, oh, I would need a QR code, and it'd be on the door, and I would then use my phone, and that would allow the door to open. And so they're thinking through a sort of potential interaction. These students didn't know each other in the real world at all, but they picked up on a whole thing about, oh, we particularly like that video game character. We're all going to be the same video game character. And there's a spontaneous sort of group that formed around that they then sort of, and you could see that they had a whole thing, oh, yeah, we can get inside the car and have fun and all pretend that we're driving. So there was a whole thing that came from that. The next one is, I ran quite a few of my seminars in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, because it was a whole interesting thing about we're all in together, and something could be in the middle that's the focus of attention, and we can talk about that. And this led to all sorts of spontaneous behavior. It's worth me saying that this happened before the main seminar happened. So a few students turned up a bit early, and they thought, oh, we're in the Jedi Temple, we're going to be Jedis. And then what do Jedis do? They, lightsaber battles. So I really hope the sound's going to work this time.
Oh, we're not going to have a lightsaber battle now, are we? Obi-Wan. I'm very big.
Yeah, the bigger the lightsaber, the better.
Oh no, it's gone.
There we go. This is a good size for Yoda.
So you get a sense of the spontaneity there in Avatar. Suddenly I'm going to be a different avatar, and this is the enjoyment factor is like huge in this. So in 2020, the big sort of data collection here was a survey that many of the students filled in. There was all sorts of lots of different questions. Key thing here about motivation to learn, and this is not in comparison to teams. This is in comparison to traditional classroom experiences. These students were all final year students, and up to that point, all their experiences of learning were in person. And here it was like this form of teaching, and clearly their motivation was very high. And there was the gamification came through very clear from this. There were some really interesting issues about feeling that more confident to speak up behind the veil of an avatar. This was a really powerful thing, and sort of this has come out in the literature, particularly for students with more sort of neurodiverse needs. And there was the whole sort of agency thing. You got more freedom to move around, to position yourself in the right space in 3 dimensions, and that became very engaging. In terms of peer-to-peer interaction, this is also sort of seemed to increase related to their experiences of in-person teaching. And there was things about the students engaging with people they wouldn't normally engage with. Was a really powerful thing. In the classroom, it's very common for students to sit with people they know, and then only interact with those people. Whereas here, there was much more freedom. People forming all sorts of groupings with people that they wouldn't necessarily have interacted with before, and that has an impact on their opinions. And yeah, there's more sort of personal relationships. It's quite equalizing, this technology. We're all sort of crazy avatars in this world. We don't have the some of the hang-ups associated with the real world, potentially. Okay, so just going on to a little bit more in terms of data here. This is, students were asked to at the beginning of the 2022 to say to design an avatar and say why they'd come up with that avatar, and then at the end of semester to say what avatar did you actually use most and why. And there were some differences here. When they first started, it was very common for students to pick avatars that had some element of looking like them. But this quickly changed as they started to, remember they're going through the whole semester like this, and it changed as they went through and they realized there were other avatars that didn't really matter what they looked like, and there was a lot of interesting stuff, and I'll reflect on that in terms of the things that they said. So it was pretty common for students to change avatars and to have a more diverse range. Now in terms of themes from this, there were themes like, it's very important this avatar doesn't look like me. And there's some quite powerful things, hopefully you can read that up there, that I designed my avatar in this way to try and represent, okay, this is where it's important that it did look like them. Okay, so they wanted a true self-avatar because they believed it made them more professional as a student. Whereas there was a whole thing about students feeling that they had problems in the real world with their appearance, and this gave them the opportunity to be something different. Okay? There was a whole thing about, I like cats, I like pink, therefore that's what I want my avatar to be. And sometimes there were just things like, I just thought this avatar looked fun. So it's more simple sort of views. Now, when it came to the end of semester and they were asked about this, those issues all came up, but a whole load of other things came up as well. So it's things like, they realized just how important anonymity was in these worlds, how that influenced what they might do with an avatar. There was a whole thing about the importance of being unique. When other people started to have the same avatars, actually, sometimes that was good, but other times they know, I want to be different, I want to stand out. There was a whole thing about these avatars potentially changing them, just so because I had this avatar, this changed me emotionally in terms of my mood and things like that. And there was things about this as an avatar that I aspire to be some point in the future. So this is getting very deep. And then there was a whole load of other things about Uncanny Valley and the context and some tech issues as well. So there's a range of things that they reflected on. And this is the sort of what's come from this in terms of a recent paper, where essentially there are 4 themes that are going on here. So they have both positive and negative elements to this. There's the design side. It clearly harnesses creativity for students, but that may distract from learning outcomes because it takes time to create, and they may, back and forth between different avatars may be problematic. There's obviously all sorts of issues to do with identity in here that allows them freedom of expression, but there's an element of escapism that you could argue. It's, it's engaging, it's fun, but some of the avatars that people chose were potentially distracting. I had a student that had an avatar that had big wings, like an angel that was going like this. Okay, this is very distracting for everybody, particularly for me, when your avatar's doing this, or someone comes in as 20-foot-high Godzilla and no one can see anything. So there's a lot of different things going on there, and I mentioned about anonymity as well. Right, last couple of things I just want to get to in a few minutes is about very more specific things with avatars, where we've done sessions with students aiming to help them become more empathetic towards people with very different needs to themselves. So what's it like to have a visual impairment? What's it like to be in a wheelchair? These type of things. So we've done this session recently. This will just give you a very quick sense of a challenging virtual world. You've got to cross the road, get across there. It's dark, there's glare. But imagine what it's like if you pick an avatar now where you've got glaucoma. Okay, now you've got very limited peripheral vision, and how difficult it now gets to try and cross the road. So this is really powerful for students. This just gives a sense of students as in wheelchairs. They're all trying to, there's about 6 students all crowding around a cash point, all trying to use it at the same time. Okay? This is basically saying that empathy and design ratings were significantly improved as a result of this. The last thing I'm going to get into is about students having the same avatar reinforcing the sense of a team. I saw it spontaneously happening earlier on, but this is where we controlled it. where students, this essentially was about team building skills in a fantastical world. So this is in the real world and seeing, there's me and the students. So we've got the red team, they're trying to find their way through this maze, and you've got the blue team, and they're trying to find their way through the maze as well. And they've got red avatars for the red team and blue avatars for the blue team. This is what's actually going on in the virtual world. So you've got a giant that's helping to sort of to navigate, help their. So you can see that the blue team down there, they're trying to find their way out of the maze, and then they've got a giant that's helping them. Okay, and this is basically saying team cohesion was significantly improved as a result. These students felt much stronger unit having gone through this experience together. Okay, my final 3 take-home messages. Hopefully I've given you a good sense here of just how positive the student experience can be as an avatar. But there is a whole maximizing advantages whilst minimizing disadvantages thing going on. And really these fundamental themes of design, identity, interaction, and anonymity are really important going forward to understand, well, how do we sort of maximize the advantages and minimize the disadvantages? How much of it is about the avatar creation software? How much of it about authentication, about what the design of the worlds and things like that? Okay, that's me done. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. So we've got a couple of questions. Start off with this one. Whether many students that struggled with tech literacy at the start, how did you help them become upskilled?
Right, okay. So obviously during the pandemic, I wasn't there with them. So in that particular first year, 2020, autumn semester 2020, there were, we could do things through Teams to sort of help people through, but the only students at that point that were on headsets were students who had their own headsets. I think there were like 3 or 4 at that stage. Later on, we had headsets that we were lending out, and we have a whole training session, and it became apparent that it was really important that students had the headsets for an extended period and not just for a week, because they really take time to become really sort of fluent on this. And then more recently, it's got more into how we actually might bring them to a room, and there's a whole onboarding process, and we can help them get to the point where on the learning curve, they're focused on the activity and not on the headset itself. So this is, this is challenging, definitely, for the technology, but I think the desktop experience was very, very familiar to them, because this is really like the sort of games that they're used to, just being an avatar and just wandering around a world. All right.
Wonderful. Leading on from that, were there students who didn't have the tech to join in? Did the university have base expectations for device specifications for students to have?
So I've been a big fan throughout the whole of this sort of journey for me in browser-based VR, about students being able to access this through any device, as long as it's got a browser. So we're not going, you can only use this headset, or you can only do it on headsets, or you need to have a computer with this level of processing. As long as there's a browser, they can access these virtual worlds. So from that perspective, I didn't, the accessibility was very, very high, right from the outset. So I didn't, it limits you in certain ways by doing it that way, in terms of how many people you can have in the virtual world and how many polygons and file size, texture size, etc. But it's getting better all the time. So yeah, I would always recommend that way forward.
Great. Another question, what VR software did you use? Did you have to develop your own?
So, in terms of social VR platform, throughout the majority of this, I've been using Mozilla Hubs. Mozilla Hubs is open source software, so you can create your own version of that on your own servers if you want to do that. But there are other browser-based solutions out there. In terms of other software to work with related to that, the most obvious one that helps a lot in the development of the worlds that go into it is Blender. So it's just sort of 3D modeling software. that just allows you to create sort of nice sort of nice worlds that are relevant to whatever you're doing.
Great, thank you. Last question. In this environment, are there any implications to be aware of, for example, with safeguarding and having students under 18?
Okay, yeah. So I sort of glossed over this a little bit. Obviously, my students were all at least sort of 21 and above, but it is definitely an issue for open worlds, open social worlds. You know, one of the things that's important in here in terms of knowing who's coming to your world, and if you have a totally open world, then you could have the risk of random people come in. So there's different mechanisms to this. For browser-based, there's providing a specific URL, and so you go to that URL, and that's not a searchable thing. So people won't come to it through a Google search or whatever. But you can add extra stuff in there, like a password protection as well, or only these people with this email that come through will be able to then access the world. So that helps in terms of being sure who it is that's in your world. But the other aspect to this, I suppose, is what's acceptable behavior in these virtual worlds. And this is really still sort of unwritten. The social norms have yet to be sort of defined. And I had a few sort of examples of that in my teaching that I was, okay, I'm not sure if this is acceptable or not, what students are doing when they're empowered by anonymity in the world. So I'll give you two examples. One is, I might be giving a little talk, and I've got some slides on, virtual slides up here, and my students are all here as avatars watching me do this, and then someone might teleport to there, right next to me, and I'm just going, why are you there? You suddenly come in, so it's like you just suddenly decided to be there, and I go, oh, I just want a closer look at the slides, because you've got something on here that's a bit small and I can't see it. And I go, okay, so that's a functional reason why they've done that. They've been empowered, they've got the agency, they can do it. The second is then, that sort of seems acceptable, but then you've got, as long as it's not distracting, etc. But the second is when I had one popular avatar was a cartoon fox, and I had some students that were chasing the cartoon fox around, trying to pull its tail. I'm going, is that acceptable? Everyone seemed to be having good fun, finding that really funny. But it's like, well, okay, where's the line here in this sort of behavior? So I think there's all sorts of interesting research challenges there for sure. Okay?
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much, everyone. Could we show our appreciation to Gary, please?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone. Lunch is now served, and I think, again, thank you very much, Gary.
I'll still be around if anyone wants to come and have a chat.
We'll be in the Jisc Innovation Hub on the main sort of square.
Be around all afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi Joe, just to let you know we've had some unusual network activity. No, there's nothing to worry about. We're fully prepared for the situation. No, we're not concerned.
Welcome back to Digifest TV. I hope you're enjoying the program so far today, and those in the room are enjoying their lunch. We're joined by Greg Marshall, co-founder and CEO of LearnWise AI. Welcome, Greg.
Thanks.
Can you tell us a little bit about LearnWise AI?
Sure. So LearnWise is really here to help institutions transform the way that they have support for faculty and students. We provide an AI assistant that helps faculty and students get support any time of day, whatever language they're speaking, on any platform, to make it more accessible and easy to get that support that they need, whether it's around student services, tech support, or even course content itself. Aiden is their go-to assistant for that level of support.
Can you tell a little bit more about what are the benefits that staff and students get of having that across their educational ecosystem?
Sure. So if you look at student services, it's often quite fragmented. You know, you have a library service, you'll have financial aid, you'll have IT support, and navigating that as a student it can be quite difficult. Then on top of that, you add 400 plus edtech apps that the average institution uses every year, and it can become pretty difficult to find out where the answers are, right? So we provide that tier 0 layer of self-support that has the knowledge of everything that you're using as an institution to provide you the support when you need it most, without having to send an email and wait a few weeks for a response.
So how do the teachers and staff actually use it? What's that interface?
Sure. So we put a little button in the bottom right corner of all the learning apps that you use. LTI is also an option. So you can find us in Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle, Brightspace, MyDay, Ready Education products, as well as on your student portal or on your websites. So we kind of want to be wherever the students and faculty members are, and that means being everywhere. So you have a question as a faculty member or student, click our button, ask, get an answer, or get escalated to the most relevant help desk at the school.
So here today we've got a lot of staff, definitely learning technologists, people who are on the ground there with students, but also probably some of those kind of up the stack in leadership roles at educational institutions. How would they use and gain insights from LearnWise?
Yeah, great question. So think about all the qualitative data that comes from those conversations that are had with support, right? All the queries, all the questions that you have, and the answers from the AI. What we do is allow the leadership teams to select a time period, let's say the first semester of the year or quarter, and generate a topic report or a trends report of the major themes of conversation that are actually being had with the AI assistant. Right? So you'll see that perhaps 56 conversations in a semester were around having issues accessing your online courses. Well, let's not wait until those support issues come in. Let's do something proactive, right? So let's send an email or let's have a training to help those people ahead of time so that in the next semester, we don't have those problems again, right? So really informing that leadership team with the qualitative insights.
So it's both insights and it's much more in real time as well, it sounds like. Yeah.
Absolutely, you get to react to those questions in real time. And another moment is really when the AI cannot respond to something and you see an escalation happen to a help desk. Well, why is that escalation happening? Well, either because it's a process or it's a request that requires human interference, or it's because the content is missing. An AI assistant is only as good as the content that you give to feed it with. So what we help institutions do is find those content and knowledge gaps and help them locate the articles that they need to update to create a better response from the AI assistant.
Yeah. All right, let's zoom out a little bit, because you're very much at the forefront, or LearnWise is at the forefront of this. How is things like what you're doing here transforming the future of education?
I think the future of education is personalized, and it's 24/7. Students are working globally, they're speaking hundreds of languages, and they need their own level of assistance, right? So what LearnWise really aims to do is support them in over 107 languages, wherever they are at the moment of need, to provide a personalized learning experience and support experience throughout that academic journey, right? You're not just working with one help desk or one department early on in your student career. We're taking you through that entire life cycle with a personal assistant that you can count on throughout that learning journey.
So students are benefiting, the staff that are supporting them is benefiting, the leadership is benefiting. Anyone not going to benefit? Or is it win-win everywhere?
Well, I think that the important thing is that it's not just another chatbot. The important thing is to think about AI assistants in a holistic format, where you're really learning from the conversations themselves and applying those learnings to improve the support experience overall.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you for taking the time to explain it out to us. For those watching us virtually, the URL for LearnWise should be on the screen now. For those who are here physically, Greg has a stand in the back that you can talk to him further about what LearnWise is doing. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll be back in just a few minutes with another set of guests.
Appreciate it.
Now that I am 18, I go to college so that I can have the same experience as everyone else my age.
I have lots of friends here and enjoy spending time with them. I love to go out to the pub with my friends and drink cider. I also love watching Love Island and The Big Bang Theory.
I have cerebral palsy as I was starved of oxygen in the womb. This means I cannot control my movements.
Since being at college, I have become more confident with communicating with others and also become much more independent.
I have eye gaze to help me to talk. Using my eye gaze, I can turn off and on my TV and open and close my curtains. It is amazing. My name is Hannah, and I go to National Star College.
My name is Luke. I am 23 years old and I have been a residential student at National Star for 3 years.
The National Star College is known for supporting young people in society who have disabilities to achieve their greatest potential. The technologies that we use at the college enable our students to take part in society equally. Technology moves by so quickly, and with their disability sometimes they're left behind, so if we can use technology to give them an equal footing in society, then we're doing our job. I'm Simon Barnett, I'm the multimedia tutor at the National Star College. We introduced esports into the classroom as more of a fun activity to try and engage our students. British eSport were running a FIFA tournament 3 years ago that I decided to include my students into the tournament. My students were playing with accessible equipment, the Xbox adaptive controller and switches, to play FIFA against students around the country without disabilities. Most of our students have never had a form of competition in their life, with their disability holding them back from that. So to have something that they can actively take part in and feel real competition and learning those social skills and learning how it's okay to lose and it's great to win is really beneficial for them.
It is important to me to be around other AAC users as I can learn from them.
I've seen so many amazing changes in our students, communication skills that they've been building. During lockdown, we're talking about how Luke, using the Xbox adaptive controller, could then be transferred over to him driving around college. For Luke, this gives him the independence away from the family home.
I'm most proud of the fact that I was able to experience going away without my family for the first time when I went to Andorra on the college ski trip. I had the most amazing time with my friends.
National Star champions using AAC devices of all variations because it enables our students to have a voice, from asking what I want to wear in the morning to what I want to eat, to collectively create a document over 365, 3D design, using their eyes to code, using block code. Without this technology, our students would literally just be sat without a voice and no way of communicating their wants and needs or making choices in life.
I have got better at my sentences, which it helped me to tell my staff what I need and want. It helped me to be more independent.
Hannah has come on leaps and bounds, and her determination and her use of her AAC device is amazing. She's always up for the challenge. She's so cheeky and charming at the same time. She's got a thirst for technology and will try anything out that might advance her practice, her life.
When I finish college, I'm hoping to live independently with support staff and to continue to enjoy all of the things that I do now.
I would like to get a house with Leif, my boyfriend. We have been together for 5 months. He is funny and handsome and clever.
We love technology when it works.
I would like to work at Smartbox one day. Smartbox is the company who make and program my eye gaze.
With young people with disabilities, the technology that come through, it's always evolving. So it's a case of taking that technology, seeing if we can adapt it, apply it to our students, if there's a benefit for our students with it. Things like the RNet joystick, a young person can use their joystick to game from their wheelchair, to augmented reality AAC devices that you can wear as headsets with Alexa-style speech recognition inside of them. This gives me a lot of hope in the future for our students, and the more technologies that come through, the more way that we can innovate with them and give them more of a level playing field in society. I've been here at the college for 12 years and I do this because I have a passion for innovation and to improve the lives of the students here at the college.
Welcome back. Next, I'm speaking with Alison Gibson, the head of the Higher Education Futures Institute, the digital part of that at University of Birmingham, and Gemma Westwood, the senior digital education developer at University of Birmingham. This is following your session that you did earlier today, just off the heels of it, isn't it? So we're going to talk about the digital assessment team at the university. And I want to start by asking you, as two members of this new digital assessment team, can you tell us what changes your team has been going through and what you've created to address the work that you have to go about performing for the institution?
Yeah, sure. So the digital assessment team at the University of Birmingham was created last summer, and it was to address two quite specific challenges. So one is the NSS scores around assessment and feedback. Like a lot of institutions around the UK, the University of Birmingham really thought there were a lot of improvements that we could make to the student experience and also the academic experience, particularly around workload when it comes to assessment and feedback. The other challenge, of course, is generative AI and how we could possibly start supporting students in this new world of ours when it comes to assessment and feedback. So that was the kind of impetus for why the team was created in the first place. The project that we have been running is a large-scale digital assessment tool project. So we're using 2 new digital assessment tools across the university. In every college, we've got about 7,500 students involved over the entire academic year, over 100 academics. And we've introduced these 2 new digital assessment tools in the hopes of addressing those challenges that we're facing and doing a fairly extensive evaluation process in the meantime to try and get an understanding of how successful it's been.
It sounds like a lot of work going on, and you're trying to hit big priorities for the institution as well. So what kind of evaluation process have you followed for these projects, and did you encourage, or how do you encourage academics to engage with it?
Yeah, so we've got a mixture of surveys and focus groups. So we have engaged academics in completing those surveys as they've been using the tools, and then completed focus groups after that. I think it's really important to note that the approach that we took was to ensure that academics understood how it would affect the future use of any of these digital tools at the university. I think we know kind of sector-wide that academics don't really feel involved in that process. They feel like digital tools are thrust upon them, and the most recent Jisc Digital Insight survey shows that, with only 23% of them saying that they did actually feel involved in that process. So by taking that kind of approach, we were able to pull academics in to get them to realize actually being involved in projects like this does allow you that voice as an academic to be able to say, actually, this doesn't work for us, or this does work for us.
Yeah, definitely. And given that NSS scores are a big part of the evaluation, it's obviously not only staff and academics that need to be a priority here, but also the student voice. How did you bring that into the evaluation?
So again, we approached it with surveys and focus groups. We went in with a very, I'm going to say, naive idea of how this is going to work. So surveys went fairly well. Responses to surveys were fairly good, with a little bit of attrition with the number of surveys that came through for them. Our idea around focus groups was that we were going to have these lovely focus groups with lots of students, and they were going to sit there, eat pizza, tell us everything that they could tell us about using these tools. And we realized as we got closer to these focus groups that actually it was a little bit more like a tumbleweed going across the end of whatever room we were going to use. So we pulled back, reassessed, and realized that actually there were a couple of things that we had to consider. So timing was one thing. So we stepped away from, because unfortunately the time we wanted to actually get these students involved tends to fall towards the end of the January exam period. So we pushed our dates back. And then also incentivization. We realized that pizza in itself is not really the greatest incentive to get students on board, and so we started working with using vouchers, and that kind of brought up the number of students to a more acceptable level. And then finally, location. So rather than doing them as in-person focus groups, we provided the opportunity for them to be online, utilize things like Padlet to be able to change them from main conversations to activities that those students could get involved in to just increase the participation levels.
Well, I'm definitely learning something. I wasn't aware pizza was not the highest level of incentive.
Money, not pizza. Who would have thought?
So it is a new group. You're getting your feet under. How long has it been running kind of in this?
Only about 9 months.
Okay, so still in the first academic year of really delivering. So what are the next steps for the project and the team?
So a lot of the work so far has been based around semester one and those evaluations that Gemma mentioned. Obviously, we have learnt so much from the response rates and things like that. So we're really changing our plan now in terms of looking to semester two, making sure that we have some really robust evaluations going on for semester two, that we can then analyze the data for that over the summer. We do have a live tender going on at the moment as well, so that's kind of happening, not really in the background. It's a huge amount of work as well. But there's also a lot of questions going on at the university around generative AI and how we can support students and stuff with that as well. So this team is part of a much larger project that the university is running around assessment and feedback.
Great. Well, best of luck. We look forward to you coming back next year and telling us how it's going along. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break and are going to come back with Piers Wilkinson from Diversity and Ability in just a couple minutes. Thanks.
At Jisc, our experience of running the UK's National Research and Education Network has proven that world-class digital transformation and innovation can enhance the way you work, enabling you to focus on what truly matters in the lives of the students you serve. Whether it's safeguarding student and staff data, or facilitating a reliable and secure digital infrastructure for your learning environment. Together, we can empower you to drive change that will transform the student experience and improve standards. And as we're not for profit, we reinvest every penny back into supporting public good. Are you ready to elevate your organisation?
So I'm delighted to welcome Piers Wilkinson, Senior Policy and Campaigns Lead for Diversity and Ability. This is following on from your session earlier today at Digifest. Great. How did it go?
It went really well. Really good questions as well. So if you asked the question at my session, thank you.
Okay, good. So we're going to chat more about the Disabled Student Commitment. So can you tell us more about what the Disabled Student Commitment is, where it originated from, what the aims of it is?
So, because we're very unoriginal, the Disabled Student Commitment, DSC, came from the Disabled Students Commission, DSC, reuse that acronym. And it was set up by the Office for Students and the Department for Education in 2019-2020 for 3 years. And the culmination of our work of 13 or so sector guidance papers was putting together and pulling together this commitment, because we didn't want a charter and we didn't want an audit framework that currently exists, because we wanted to create something positive that people would be happy to agree to, but also would be able to understand the fundamental principles that underline what students were telling us and what we ourselves, as a voice commissioner on the commission, wanted to achieve. So so the commitment is a series of recommendations and principles that people can commit to as an organisation in the UK.
Excellent. So with that commitment, how do universities and organisations become part of the commitment? How do they engage with it?
There is a link within my slides, but also I will tweet it and LinkedIn it and put it on the GG chat at some point, that you just go to. As a leader in your organisation, you can be a senior leader, you can be the EDI leader. You just fill in the information on there as a little Google form and say that we want to sign up to this commitment. We will then have a conversation with you and talk through anything that you are concerned about or worried about, as well as help you understand the principles behind the commitment. But the other way is just to download the report itself, the commitment itself, read through it and understand that there are 42 recommendations, the answer to life, the universe and everything, that people can look at, learn from and adhere to.
And how long has it been out now? Is it relatively new?
We launched it in 2023, and we're now coming up to the first year of reviews, so people self-reviewing.
I see. Off the top of your head, an understanding of how many organizations are currently already committed?
We've got 10 organizations signed up, universities, about 10 universities, all over the country. And we are now starting the phase to expanding to the UK wider, because the commitment and the commission was England focused originally.
Yeah. So lots of room to grow in and really get the message out there. So what does that future development look like? So as the community grows, as the commitment starts to get built into organizational level, what is future development, future hopes for?
So we're hoping that more and more people will sign up to the commitment as an organization. We're now in that, as I just mentioned, the first year review, and we've got an advisory group of all of the 3-letter acronym organizations in education: QAA, UUK, SLC, DFE, DWP, all of these acronyms that are in the sector. They're in an advisory group, and we're asking them to review themselves alongside the commitment that they've agreed to. So we'll be publishing that soon. And then the next step is, as I say, expanding to the nations as a whole, but also listening to the community about what they want to need and what support they want to achieve more for committing to an equity of experience for disabled students.
Yeah. You mentioned there were some really good questions in the session before. Was there one that particularly stood out that made you think about how this is landing with the sector?
Yes, it was a question from a school saying, how does the commitment apply to schools if it's looking at FE and HE? And it's one of these things where the vast majority of organizations named in the commitment aren't higher education providers. There's student unions, there's as I mentioned, the acronym brigade, as I call them. It's a about taking a holistic approach to creating an experience for disabled students to ensure that students are choosing based on what's good rather than what's accessible.
And a little bit of a sidebar. So you mentioned we are talking about the whole student life cycle experience, so it could be relevant to schools, although the focus is with the HE institutions initially. Does this also go off into the skills or training agenda? Would it be as applicable for organizations that are focused more on apprenticeships or other variations of how students engage?
All types of education, all types of learning is included. And additionally, the transition to employment is critical, but the transition to other things is equal. So it's not just about getting people in work, it's not just about getting those stats up, it's about creating a culture and a commitment for change to build progress for everyone so that disabled students are able to thrive and succeed and continue on to a career that allows them to have a fulfilling lifestyle.
I really appreciate you taking the extra time to spread the word. Keep my fingers crossed there is a lot more adoption. It sounds like a very worthy cause. So thank you, Piers, so much.
Thank you.
So I hope everyone's enjoyed the interviews during this lunchtime. If you come back a bit later today, we're going to talk with Jisc's Jane Davies, our Managing Director of Customer and Sector Enablement, about some of the highlights from the day. That's going to happen at 2:35. Bye for now.
As thousands of children return to the classrooms today after the summer break, it's emerged that more than 100 schools in England and Scotland will be closed or partially shut.
On the Friday, we had a phone call from the head teacher to say that there was an issue with the roof and that potentially some of our students wouldn't be able to return to Aston Manor Academy. On the Monday, we quickly found out that 3 parts of the building were affected and our students were due back in on the Wednesday. So it was a real big shock and a concern to us that we didn't want any lost learning, especially in light of a number of the students who have gone through COVID times.
As an educator, as a head teacher myself, it was a no-brainer to say, how can we help and how can we support? We're delighted to have the 2 Lister Street building, the former site of the National High Speed Rail College and NCATI building. There was an expectation that we were inheriting a really high-tech, state-of-the-art system that we can move into overnight. So it was a real shock when we walked through the door to find that wasn't in place, and especially as only a matter of hours earlier, I'd offered the facility to another school, Aston Manor, to come and join us. So very rapidly and quickly we had to form an action-based team to try and see how do we get services back here.
Staff were very concerned with the move. They were concerned that although it was a wonderful building and a lovely environment for our students, would they be able to teach as they wanted to, as a number of our students are on vocational pathways and need to utilise the internet as part of their study.
So the internal network needed complete reconfiguration. We had to enable the infrastructure so that their students and teaching staff could connect to the internet. The Department for Education asked Jisc to submit a proposal for the outbound connectivity.
One of Jisc's key roles really in supporting the education sector is looking at new technologies and actually testing them. We were already working on an SD-WAN concept behind the scenes before any of this came about, which would then enable a school environment to have secure connectivity, but also then layered on top of that having secure firewalling and also the web filtering.
SD-WAN stands for Software Defined Wide Area Network, and it's a set of features that go beyond your standard network connection. Wasif and Chris and Richard were constantly in communication about, well, where are you going to put it? What are you connecting to it? And it was very much a collaborative process with Aston.
It was very reassuring to know that Jisc had the technical experts to help us resolve any issues between the internal network and talking to the outside world. It was more like a Janet for schools. And it seemed to tick all the boxes in terms of filtering, firewalling. So from that point of view, we recognized the solution that they were putting in place.
I'm delighted to say that within 10 days, on Monday the 18th of September, we all moved up the sixth formers over and the staff, and we had 260 students actively engaged in their learning on that Monday morning at 9 o'clock, which is quite incredible to think about.
Initially, the challenges were around the logistics of, is this something we can do? Is this something that we're able to do? And now it's in place, everyone goes around their normal day lives, and of course everyone forgets that it took a large amount of effort and a huge amount of work to get this up and going very quickly.
We've heard from students that have moved into this particular building and actually now don't want to move out of it because of the incredible experience that they've been having with the use of technology. And you know, for us to be able to enable that, that's what Jisc does. As cheesy as it may sound, but it is about, you know, making that difference for that whole learning journey from school right through to university.
For the final Digifest TV conversation, we're going to have some personal thoughts, and I'm delighted to be welcomed on stage with Jane Davies, the Managing Director of Customer and Sector Enablement at Jisc. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much.
I know you've been enjoying the sessions over the last couple of days, so now you get to be up front and center. So firstly, what were your reflections from the first day?
Well, James, as you know, I didn't actually make it here on the first day. So Jisc was shortlisted for a Institute of Customer Experience Award, and so we attended the event last night to up against some pretty serious competition. We weren't successful. We didn't win our first Customer Experience Award, but really proud of the team for being kind of have really delivered against that customer centricity across Jisc over the last 12 months. And speaking to colleagues, that customer centricity was a real theme from yesterday too. I was talking to the student services team, really thinking about that employability, which Raheel talked about in his previous session, that employability of our students. You know, to think that students leaving university now will still be working probably into their 70s, and that whole how education and work and education need to be much more of a talent conversation than those individual conversations. So lots of really good conversations around the student from what my team were telling me yesterday.
Well, you are in luck because most of the content is on demand as it is for the rest of our audience.
Perfect.
You're going to get to go relive it all. So imagining the future is really the topic of the conference this year. What does imagining the future mean to you?
I think for us at Jisc and for me, it's around that always being curious, never standing still, walking in our customers' shoes and really understanding what our kind of problems that we can help solve are around for our customers. So certainly when I've been talking to my teams, really thinking about that whole, if you're going to be that vital sector partner, then you've got to have an opinion, it's got to be with responsibility, but you've got to be that kind of technology leader that is helping our customers really solve their genuine problems.
And did you particularly see that in any of the sessions today? Was there one that was particularly illuminating for you that you've been able to catch?
I think that it's great to see so much more content delivered at Digifest around Jisc's role within data. We are the Data, Digital and Technology Agency, and James Hodgkin, the head of Learning Analytics, did a fantastic lightning talk, really focused on what our Learning Analytics solution can help across universities. So that session really stood out for me.
Yeah, and I know as someone who's been here for most of the decade that Digifest has been running, it's not only an excellent opportunity for our members to get together, a sector to get together and to learn from each other, but increasingly Jisc's teams are bringing that experience that helps to share it all. So what's the key takeaway from today?
I thought Makib Ajar's session, the keynote, the first session of the day was really illuminating for me. I mean, I think that I learned. He told me about problems I had no idea existed. I reflected. You know, it was an opportunity to think about that, thinking about your place and that accountability. And we make a lot of accountability in Jisc. We are an incredibly accountable set of colleagues who work really hard for our customers. I'm just not quite sure what the do is yet. I'm not quite sure what I need to do to help with that. But it's certainly one that, you know, I really feel like I'm going away thinking differently about space.
Well, I think there's a Jane-sized astronaut suit somewhere in the future. I think if anyone, you can do it. Yeah. So thinking out to the future, what innovations do you think are going to have the biggest impact on education and research if we look out over the next 5 years?
I think it's such a cliche, but it has to be artificial intelligence. And I don't really think that any of us know quite what that will look like. It was great to hear the Vice-Chancellors talking about it earlier. I don't even think our very own Michael Webb really knows what the potential can be. But I think that will be the biggest change for us. I think in the research space, in your space, James, it will definitely that whole research is about learning, isn't it? It's about discovering, and I think that the opportunities for AI, particularly in research, will be immense. But to be that great place to be part of our customers' journey will be a great opportunity for Jisc to make sure that we're right at the heart of it.
Yeah, and you've definitely seen artificial intelligence kind of bleed through these 2 days of programs in this conference, and definitely is at the front of most conversations we are having out there with our members, whether it's teaching, learning, resource, or the other areas in their digital landscape. So thank you for joining us, giving us your opinion there, Jane. That's it from Digifest TV for us. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions over the past couple days. All of these interviews, as well as many of the sessions throughout the 2 days, are going to be on the platform on demand. You can watch them back when it's good for you. Thank you for being a part of Digifest TV, and we hope to see you again next year.
Now that I am 18, I go to college so that I can have the same experience as everyone else my age.
I have lots of friends here and enjoy spending time with them. I love to go out to the pub with my friends and drink cider. I also love watching Love Island and The Big Bang Theory.
I have cerebral palsy as I was starved of oxygen in the womb. This means I cannot control my movements.
Since being at college, I have become more confident with communicating with others and also become much more independent.
I have eye gaze to help me to talk. Using my eye gaze, I can turn off and on my TV and open and close my curtains. It is amazing. My name is Hannah, and I go to National Star College.
My name is Luke. I am 23 years old, and I have been a residential student at National Star for 3 years.
The National Star College is known for supporting young people in society who have disabilities to achieve their greatest potential. The technologies that we use at the college enable our students to take part in society equally. Technology moves by so quickly, and with their disability sometimes they're left behind, so if we can use technology to give them an equal footing in society, then we're doing our job. I'm Simon Barnett, I'm the multimedia tutor at the National Star College. We introduced esports into the classroom as more of a fun activity to try and engage our students. British eSport were running a FIFA tournament 3 years ago that I decided to include my students into the tournament. My students were playing with accessible equipment, the Xbox adaptive controller and switches, to play FIFA against students around the country without disabilities. Most of our students have never had a form of competition in their life, with their disability holding them back from that. So to have something that they can actively take part in and feel real competition and learning those social skills and learning how it's okay to lose and it's great to win is really beneficial for them.
It is important to me to be around other AAC users as I can learn from them.
I've seen so many amazing changes in our students, communication skills that they'll be building. During lockdown, we're talking about how Luke, using the Xbox adaptive controller, could then be transferred over to him driving around college. For Luke, this gives him the independence away from the family home.
I'm most proud of the fact that I was able to experience going away without my family for the first time when I went to Andorra on the college ski trip. I had the most amazing time with my friends.
National Star champions using AAC devices of all variations because it enables our students to have a voice, from asking what I want to wear in the morning to what I want to eat, to collectively create a document over 365, 3D design, using their eyes to code, using block code. Without this technology, our students would literally just be sat without a voice and no way of communicating their wants and needs or making choices in life.
I have got better at my sentences, which it helped me to tell my staff what I need and want. It helped me to be more independent.
Hannah has come on leaps and bounds, and her determination and her use of her AAC device is amazing. She's always up for the challenge. She's so cheeky and charming at the same time. She's got a thirst for technology and will try anything out that might advance her practice, her life.
When I finish college, I'm hoping to live independently with support staff and to continue to enjoy all of the things that I do now.
I would like to get a house with Leif, my boyfriend. We have been together for 5 months. He is funny and handsome and clever.
We love technology when it works.
I would like to work at Smartbox one day. Smartbox is the company who make and program my eye gaze.
With young people with disabilities, the technology that come through, it's always evolving. So it's a case of taking that technology, seeing if we can adapt it, apply it to our students, if there's a benefit for our students with it. Things like the RNet joystick, a young person can use their joystick to game from their wheelchair, to augmented reality AAC devices that you can wear as headsets with Alexa-style speech recognition inside of them. This gives me a lot of hope in the future for our students, and the more technologies that come through, the more way that we can innovate with them and give them more of a level playing field in society. I've been here at the college for 12 years and I do this because I have a passion for innovation and to improve the lives of the students here at the college.